Good morning, Ken Alloway. How you doing, mate? At this end, I'm just fine, my friend. Alibi 58. Good morning to you, sir. How are you? I've just been tinkering away in the background. A couple of elementary errors this morning. I thought I'd bring my scanner with me. Unfortunately, the batteries have died, and usually that wouldn't be a problem because in the bottom of my camcorder case I've got spare batteries for everything. But of course I never took the scanner with me to Dublin and emptied out every bit of non-critical weight from the bag. And being the idiot that I've obviously been, never put the spares back in. Hey ho. So as is always the case, as I was concluding setting up, the incoming Belfast EasyJet flight, which was due in at 5 to 8, came in early. I've actually caught it on the stream itself, but nevertheless earlier than advertised hours. Hey ho. So the plane that we're currently trained on, Ryanair 737, off to Faro. So that should go out at 5 to 8. They look like they're pretty much boarded, so I reckon they might be close to it. So what's the weather like in Scotland, lads? I'm hoping it's going to play fair tomorrow. Looks reasonable, according to the Met Office. Yeah, it's lovely here, Ken. It really is. I thought I'd get a nice little red sky in the background. As I walked in from the car park, it had that kind of look about it, or more orange than red. But that's all gone, but it's nice. I think the Met Office said it was going to be around 8 degrees. Let's have a look at my notes. Well, when I looked last night, it said 7 degrees. Feeling like 4. Doesn't feel like that. The temperature gauge on the car said 8 degrees, and that's at 6:45, so I don't know. Feels like a 10 degree to me by lunchtime anyway. Fairly gentle wind. Still staying with a general westerly. So we will be running from the far end, runway 25. Would have been nice to have some reverse ops. As I say, when we get one of those days, I'll try to be pretty agile and set up a pop-up stream just for something different. And equally, a strong crosswind wouldn't be amiss. So Alistair, 7 degrees at the moment and fair. So that's more Edinburgh way, isn't it? Whereas Ken, I think, is our rugged West Coast correspondent, or more west than east. Is it still dark there, Ken? Oh, got some action at this end. So we have the 7:45 Loganair departure to Southampton, about an hour's worth of travel time. An ERJ 145. So Loganair actually gets us off the mark. So it's nice to be back in Newcastle, home turf. Pretty excited about returning to Edinburgh tomorrow. The only flaw today, well so far anyway, apart from not bringing spare batteries for the scanner, is I've come with the wrong footwear. Can't make this stuff up really. Usually I stream in hiking boots, gives you the best kind of insulation for your feet. Today I'm in a fairly lightweight pair of trainers, albeit with extra socks. I don't know. So Prestwick, drizzle, dank, but no wind. I suppose that might mean you get to hang on to the drizzle. Struggling to get, as you'll notice, a little bit of focus at the back end of the bus. I think it might have been some of the bits in the foreground. Yes, Ken. Definitely no flip-flops. I'm not going to name the stream, and it's not meant disrespectfully either, but there is a stream which I'm sure you guys know, which actually market plane spotting flip-flops, which must be fantastic if you are in Skiathos or similar. But no, definitely not that, mate. I must confess, I am looking forward to doing this in a t-shirt and a floppy hat. Although, to be honest, I burn up like nobody's business, so I'll be dripping in ambre solaire or similar, whatever product it is that Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation puts in our cupboard. Otherwise I'll come home looking like a Swan Vesta. "9 miles to the south of Prestwick." I've only been that way once, as I think I've said, but lovely part of the world. Right, away we go to Southampton. And the Faro flight is on its way out, having just pushed back. Nice early rotation. Can't imagine this plane is excessively full. first tram of the show, although it's not really a tram. Let's call it a train. Yeah, I've got to be honest, Ken, Logan Air don't turn up on flight radar for me at all now. It's not so bad here because you know that they don't run many flights in a day, but tomorrow at Edinburgh I won't have the schedule memorised in quite the same way, so I suppose it just is what it is. Keep watching that horizon. I think somebody said in the chat during the Dublin stream that for whatever the reason was, Logan Air just don't appear on flight radar. I'll have to have a look back through that tonight. It's just rung a bell. Just have a quick check of the setup. Thank you, Ken. That was the question that was on my tip of my lips, tongue and all the rest of it. Signal strength is satisfactory. Like I said in the community post the other day, I'm convinced that the issue at Dublin was throttling. It's got all the hallmarks. Because in between being throttled, stability was pretty stable. And having completed a bit of research, symptoms sound very much like that. However, I have a plan in my pocket for next time we return to the Emerald Isle, because we're going back. I just need more reliability on the stream. I'll tell you what, Ken, that return flight from Dublin, spot on. We got in early, boarding was okay, didn't need a cushion. It was a bit of a harder landing than the outgoer, but you wouldn't have spilt a cup of tea. It's funny actually, I'm guessing you guys get the Flight Radar weekly newsletter, and there's a chap on there whose name eludes me at the minute, who completed a trip review on a Ryanair Max 8-200, which was exactly the plane that I returned on. And a bit like me, I think he was probably expecting to report probably a bit of a bumpy experience, you know, but I can't fault Ryanair. I know if you fly enough times with any airline, you'll probably get a more rounded picture, but I was comfortable. I mean, I'm not the Jolly Green Giant, 5'10", but my knees weren't on the seat in front, which I kind of feared might be the case. And right, it was only a 50-minute flight, but if that had been to, say, Alicante or somewhere, or Tenerife, I'd have been fine. Boarding and deboarding, very orderly. I get frustrated sometimes with British Airways when they insist on bringing people just through the front door, whereas this was boarded front and rear. Pretty Olympic, really. So yeah, I give them a thumbs up. And the chap that did the review on the Flight Radar newsletter was similarly positive. I mean, it was fine anyway. Balance it against price, I'd say it were good value. So they will get more business from us. Excuse me. Which is quite handy because we're still working on that second overseas trip that I'm looking to lay on during February. And Ryanair, with the choice of routes and all the rest of it, and being price efficient, look like they're going to be our preferred airline. So, good morning to anybody joining the show. We'll do a proper intro once we've waved this departure off, but you are looking at a Ryanair 737 on its way to Faro. Due out at 5 to 8, marginally late out the blocks, but I'm pretty certain they'll make the time up. You can see something else pushing back over the far side of the terminal. Jet 2, 737. I'm guessing that will be one of the Canaries. I'll have a proper look in a jiffy. Yeah, I've got to be honest, Ken, Dublin just blew me away. I haven't stopped talking about it really. I enjoyed the day end to end, and you're right, traffic wise I would have liked to have been there earlier, so I'll have a look at that. Won't be possible without staying over, but I want some of that transatlantic traffic that tends to be in the early part of the morning. I'll tell you what though, getting off the mound, the viewing point at the end of the day, I've been on less precarious ski slopes. How I didn't end up on my backside, I don't know. All told, very satisfying. All except the interruptions to broadcast, and in fact the slow initial connection. And it might be inexperience on my part, but I really hadn't imagined that roaming would take a bit of connecting up. I just assumed it would be seamless. Mine wasn't. So let's have a quick look at what else is on the screen. So the plane you're looking at is the incomer from Belfast that we missed, an A320, which is due to go back out to Belfast at 8:25. So naked eye says they're boarding at the minute. Let's just see how far progressed that is. Well, it's still streaming through. Now our first incomer should be a British Airways arrival from London Heathrow. I've got a feeling that might be a baby bus, but I'll have to check that. I know there's at least one baby bus on their roster for today. Let's have a butcher's. And baby bus it is. So the next outgoer I would make to be the Jet 2 flight to Lanzarote, which is just tracking now. You'll see the tail fin past the old tower in a minute. The tower could be putting it a bit strong. Well, that's interesting, Alibi. It now shows on flight radar. So something in the region of 4 hours. And then all that warm sunshine. I had been hoping we might be blessed with a bit of business jet action this morning, but certainly as published when I looked at breakfast, not the case, which hopefully we'll have some of that tomorrow if we can't have it today. I just can't get over how peaceful it is today. Road's very quiet. As you know, you tend to get a fair amount of ambient traffic noise, a bit like this. Nothing like Dublin, of course. That's one of my favourite things about Edinburgh. It's the absence of traffic noise in the background. So here's a quick question, Alibi. What time's daylight breaking in that part of the world at the minute? I've got the stream published for 7:45, but if I thought there was enough daylight to work with, I'd consider 7:30, just in case some of the transatlantic incomers catch me out with an early arrival, as they tend to do, don't they, with a prevailing westerly. No dallying here. We'll rest up. Back on our EasyJet departure. Just for a jiffy. 7:46 sunrise tomorrow. Thanks, Alistair. I'm going to leave it at 7:45 start then. Good morning, Carl Shield. How you doing, mate? So, while we're in between action, let's do the formality of officially opening the show. So, good morning and a very warm welcome to you all from Newcastle International Airport. Hopefully helping those of you that are off work ease into the weekend ahead with a mixture of chat and plane spotting. Thanks for spending your time with us, and I do hope you're all keeping well. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Mark, your host, and we'll be on air till around 11:30, subject of course to the cooperation of the gremlins, but we will extend beyond that if there is something imminent, you know, in the next sort of 15-20 minutes. So whilst the welcome is a warm one, I have to say it's not dissimilar to the weather. It's not bad. I was expecting a chillier day. So in terms of wind, it's a prevailing westerly, which means we will continue to arrive planes from the east coming in over the North Sea. Single runway here, camera currently trained on runway 25, end of it, and that's where the incoming action will be, and of course the departures originating from. I can just see British Airways tracking along the coast at the minute. Actually, visibility is quite good at the far distance, so I would say a few minutes away. So yeah, westerly wind, 10 mile an hour, 8.7 knots. Apparently it will potentially gust up to 20 mile an hour, 17.4 knots, so nothing to really do much there. Not much good for drying your washing, is it? So I had a quick reckon up on flight radar. It looks like we've got around 27 movements today, 13 arrivals, 14 departures. So here we are. Carl, Dublin was a complete education, mate, in every sense of the word. So I was saying earlier on in the chat, I don't know whether you caught any of it, fabulous time. If I'd had a technical blemish-free day, I would have been, you know, probably hyper ever since. Just brilliant. Fantastic perspective, great movements, loved it. Every bit of the day. So, you know, them's the breaks. But I've got a theory on the gremlins. So we are going to be back, and I have a solution in my mind's eye to deal with that, because I think this is more to do with roaming and being with a different provider. Presumably, I mean, I'm with EE, so I'm presuming that I was being throttled to some extent, because it only seemed to occur after a specific period of time. So yes, what is the weather like, Carl? Do tell. Right, I'll get the camera ready for our income up. There she is. A little bit far for us at the minute. Sort of UFO range, as I'm fond of saying. Nice and clear in Dublin. So I'm missing another good spotting day. Good morning, Quickening Cat. How are you? I think what I'll do, Carl, next time is I'll probably look to buy a one-off sim with my predicted amount of data with the local provider, because I'm pretty sure that that will take care of the throttling. The signal strength was absolutely fine, as you'd expect next to a major international airport. I think that's the stimulating and often frustrating part of live streaming, to be honest. When it works well, it's exhilarating. When it doesn't, it's frustrating, but all it does is motivate you to try to work out what the solution is. No need for a cushion on that one. Quickening Cat. I quite like the sound of 18 degrees. Certainly sounds like a northeast England summer. Hope they're getting some of this bird song in the background. And good news is the EasyJet's outgoing 320 to Belfast has just pushed back. So we have continuity of action. Looks like our British Airways plane will have to hold though to allow the EasyJet to exit, as they both favour the same side of the terminal. British Airways usually has gate 3, and if I've got my geography about right, I think EasyJet has pushed back from gate 5. Ooh, can't believe it. Choppers, look out. Back to the planes. So there is our outward moving EasyJet. here is our very patient British Airways A319. First incoming Heathrow flight of the day. Heathrow being the most prevalent route from this airport. Well, with a single airline anyway. Thanks, Ken. I think British Airways colour scheme does all the work, doesn't it, on days like this? I keep wondering aloud at what point they'll consider changing it. Do you remember those incredibly diverse tail fins back in the 80s? Didn't realise that. Quickening cap. No 319s in New Zealand. Kind of makes sense in relation to internal traffic. Wasn't sure in terms of connections with Oz. Right. Let's see where that's EasyJet has scampered off to. So as always on a Saturday, star of the show, as published, will be the Emirates 777 from Dubai, scheduled in at around 11:20. I've not had a check yet on how it's running. If anybody could let me know in the chat, that would be handy. So, good morning to anybody that's just joined us. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation and our live stream from Newcastle International Airport. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mark, your host. Fantastic to have you with us on a very steady Saturday. %10 chance of rain here, which is generally as low as they go. I think they go to a 5% probability, don't they, when they're totally certain. But I'm anticipating a dry day. I've probably asked this before, Kat, but just for the avoidance of doubt, is there any live streaming out in New Zealand? I'm assuming that Auckland is probably where it would be most busy, but just curious. It's nice, isn't it, to have a look-see somewhere else? So, no loitering. Now here's a confession. On last week's show, I did say I'd try to find out a little bit more about that house building. So the pictures pretty much at our extreme. I think it was Martin Gallagher, one of our viewers, his wife had spotted it in the background and asked about it. I thought it'd be fairly easy to look it up, but I wasn't able to triangulate my footage with the Ordnance Survey and the satellite view. So after the show I'm going to go home roughly in that direction and try to be certain so I can find out its history. Looks a bit forbidding from here. Going back to the chat, Quickening Cat, yes, Wellington Flights Live has streams usually Sunday noon or midnight Saturday. Okay, I'll look that one out. Although as I'm with Ken, I'll have a catch up later. I don't think tomorrow's Edinburgh stream would work so well on 4 hours sleep. Could be a bit risky. Not so much the actual streaming bit, it's to get into A and B. Good morning, Mark at North Sky Aviation. How's things in Consett? Or more pertinently, what's the weather doing in Consett? Sorry folks, I'm just readjusting my coat. So, tracking our next arrival, looks to be a KLM Boeing 737 from Amsterdam, which departed about 53 minutes ago. Ooh, more helicopter action. And that should be with us in about 5 minutes. KLM. Helicopters here now, of course. To terra firma. Let's just rest up with British Airways. So our KLM arrival is just crossing over into the North Sea in the proximity to Whitley Bay, ready to make its final turn. So back in Consett, weather similar to Newcastle. I'm in good shape, Mark. Thanks, mate. Just saying earlier in the stream, it was such a good day in Dublin. It was, well, I've been thinking about nothing else ever since. You're not so keen on helicopters, Carl. You're not like the Aberdeen show then, I think. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I know very little about helicopters, apart from what one looks like. Ken, yes, I am. I mean, I'm more of a civilian spotter, more to do with geography as much as anything. But yeah, I like the military stuff. There's nothing, well, I've been press whipped once back in May last year, and the things that made my day there were pretty much all military, with the exception of a 747 and, if I remember correctly, a 350 freighter. But yeah, do like the military. That's an interesting point, Carl. I don't remember seeing any helicopters. Is there a particular thing there? Is there a heliport somewhere else? I'll tell you what else I don't think we saw in Dublin. Dickie Davis and his squadron of light aircraft, which hopefully we'll see today around 11 o'clock. So our KLM now is crossing the coast. It says 1 minute out, probably about 3. I've got visual at the minute, clearly not where the camera's looking. Let's get ready. So she's a bit far out to chase at the minute. So the good news is, as far as it goes, star of the show, the Emirates Triple, due in at 11:20, is running slightly early. 11:16 currently forecast. I think we'll take that. Just looking at the chat, Mark at North Sky, it went well, but it wasn't flawless. Had some chunky technical issues, had to reboot twice. But all quality learning. Trouble is, till you rock up at an airport for the first time, you're really not sure where you're going to be in terms of signal strength and, you know, if you're roaming, how the roaming is going to work for you. So going back to the chat, Carl Shield, light aircraft go to Baldonnel. Is that close to Dublin? I'm guessing so. Quickening Cat, I don't know how you do it. I'm glad you do. Right, let's give you some action. Andrew, NUFC, good morning to you. Noting your choice of football team, you must be one happy camper. Cup final later this month. Are you going? I'd imagine tickets will be jolly hard to get, especially with the amount of tickets they tend to ring fence for corporates and so on. You sleeping, Quickening Cat? Spot on. I think the thing is, Carl, with the roaming, it's just the fact that if you're not with your normal provider, you're basically using another company's masts. And this thing about throttling, it's not an unknown concept where companies throttle you to protect bandwidth for their own customers. It's a theory. When we return to Ireland, I'm going to bring my work around with me and we'll see how we do. It's too good there to let that practicality defeat me. So one way or the other, we'll crack the case, mate. There's only two things that really make me anxious about overseas trips: how the data's going to work out and the weather. Because obviously if the weather took a downturn, say here today, I've always got the option of cancelling the stream. As you know, when you bought tickets and all that malarkey, it becomes a bit more of a faff to extricate yourself from. I don't know how viable it'll be, but I wouldn't mind going back to Dublin in March, actually. Probably the back end of the month. Just like a little bit of warmer weather. Not that I was cold the other day. Thank you, Andrew NUFC. Thanks for your kind words, my friend. Well, to be honest, mate, tickets for something like that are always going to be a tricky ask, aren't they? At least it'll be on TV. Enjoy the day, mate. I think most of the country will be pulling for you. Well, except the red part of Manchester. I mean, it's a tale from days of old, but Leicester City's my team. And when I used to live down in Leicestershire, I was, well, before I had a season ticket actually, it must have been the 2000, oh, it's not Carabao, what would it have been then? Coca-Cola, oh, Worthington Cup final. We were members, and this was at the old Filbert Street, couldn't get a season ticket back in those days. Anyway, long story short, ended up queuing from sort of 4:30, 5 in the morning. Line never started moving till 9 o'clock, and by the time it did, I'd almost set in stone. Just not moved for 4 hours. They were worth it though. Nice day out at the old Wembley. I think Carl Shield, that's the solution, mate. I think that is the solution. I can buy a SIM. I think in the UK, EE is probably the way to go for the most part. That's who I'm with. But I think in terms of buying a SIM for whatever amount of data I think I need, that would be the way to go with, say, Vodafone or 3. I think I was actually roaming through 3, if I can remember what it said on the phone. Either your team, are you, Carl? Well, either you or Andrew's going to be disappointed, mate. Let's be honest, your trophy cabinet, not been as much in it in recent years, but it's a pretty big cabinet. No disrespect to Newcastle, but they're overdue. I must be honest, as a neutral, I'm looking forward to the game. I mean, the heartbreaking part of it is if Leicester City had actually rolled their sleeves up and given Newcastle a game, that could have been us at Wembley. I know there was a small matter of Southampton in between, and it's buts and maybes, but I still think it should be us, man. Canal away, remember Filbert Street from the TV pics, small stand behind the goals with pillars blocking the view. Exactly that, mate. The one you're thinking of, that was the North Stand, if I remember, or they marketed it as the family stand. I think I've got a picture at home of me and my son when he was about 5 or 6, somewhere near the front of there. Must have been a penalty or something, but we ended up, for the right reasons, in the news of the world. Not something you normally want to be in, is it? I know it's no longer with us. Certainly politicians don't tend to care for being with the news of the world. And there was another stand where they used to put the away fans. You can see a pushback there, looks like a Jet 2, I would assume. Let's have a quick check-see before I go down memory lane. Ooh, we've got all sorts happening now. So we have a Ryanair incomer from Dublin. Excellent service. During the next 2 minutes. Although I can't see it. It's definitely there. And we have, there we go, a Jet 2 737. Another Canary Island departure to Tenerife. And just as I say, I can't see the Ryanair plane. It's just hoved out of a cloud and into view. So we'll stay with this for the minute, this pushback, and transition over to the Ryanair arrival when it's a cleaner shot for us. Anyway, back to the old Filbert Street. Yeah, they used to put the away fans in what I think they called the old East Stand. It used to look like a bike shed. Anyone's ever been there that's in the chat at the minute? It used to look like a bike shed. I mean, the King Power is a way better stadium, but there was something about the old Filbert Street that, you know, was pretty intimate, and yeah, just great. One of those bittersweet things where I was happy to move to the new stadium where I got my first season ticket, but saying goodbye to the old place was tricky. And to NUFC, yeah, we have punched above our weight. We've got some good owners, and I know you guys have had the opposite of good ownership previously. And it's interesting because I thought you guys were coming in for Maddison. My view is that if you pay the right money, you can have him. Talented lad as he is. And yeah, the Emirates triple, I think Ken's answered the point. Yep, so I won't double on that. And if Carl was coming to Newcastle tomorrow, he'd go Aer Lingus. To be honest, I'd like to use Aer Lingus for a bit of a change, good as Ryanair was for me the other day. But it'll always be about price when we're jacking up for live streams. Every penny counts in that sense. But if Aer Lingus do a good promotion, I'd definitely be keen to use them. Not least because I want to go on an ATR 72. Right, let's get our incoming Ryanair from Dublin. There she blows. I think particularly while we're a small channel, Ryanair looks like they'll probably pick up quite a bit of our business simply because their prices are generally the most competitive. Devil's always in the detail, isn't it? Remind me, I need to tell you after we've landed this plane. Dublin related. Fairly steady to me. I don't think this is the smoothest of runways, to be honest. Ah, you think, Carl, that Maddison's coming to Manchester? What, the red part? Because all the news feeds I'm getting at the minute suggest the blue part might be in a spot of trouble over the money. Whether that comes to anything or not, I don't know. I did see something fairly lurid talking about the potential for dropping City down into League Two. Alibi 58 remembers Jock Wallace in the dugout at Filbert Street. So do I. I would have been probably around 10 or 11 maybe in those days. I think he did a lot of cussing, as I remember. There's no question, he gave the place a kick up the backside when he first arrived. think at one time we had quite a tradition of Scottish managers and players for that matter. Didn't work out very well for Craig Levein, the former Scotland manager, when he took the job. I think he followed Peter Taylor, if I remember. Anyway, by the by, didn't work out for him. Although he arrived at Leicester at a point where we got a new stadium and absolutely no money. Not many managers are going to do much for that, is there? I'd seen something on my news feed, whether it's just rubbish chaff or not. It was saying that Sean Dyche at Everton had banned snoods. If true, I thoroughly approve. Of course, it could just be a bit of clickbait. If so, it worked, because I clicked. Oops, scooted away from me. So good morning to anyone that's just joined us. I'm Mark, your host with Plain Sailing Aviation. Find yourself at Newcastle this morning. So welcome back if you've been here before. If you are new to the channel, thanks for joining us. And if you're not yet subscribed, if you like it enough, please do subscribe. And of course, in all instances, whether you're returning or whether you're new, if you like what you see, please do support us with that like. It doesn't cost anything and it does help us. And it's a very small channel trying to grow. All support is welcome. You are looking at a Jet 2 Boeing 737. Just about to complete his turn, or start his turn more accurately, and depart for Tenerife. So a flight probably a little bit over 4 hours, 4 1/4. Canalaway, thank you sir. Next arrival, that's EasyJet A320 from Geneva. This week's consignment of returning skiers. I did mean to look you out, Carl Shield. I don't remember if you said in the chat what name you stream under. By all means, feel free to post it in this chat, mate. We had the granddaughter round yesterday and she's getting on for 10 months. And like a lot of 10-month-old children, she put us through our paces. Myself and Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation were bushwhacked. It's the interesting thing about being a grandparent. You kind of wonder how you ever had the energy to have children of your own. Oops, I better just move the camera around. As Ken has pointed out, we do have an income up. Be a bad day out if the cameraman missed it. Yeah, I have to agree, quitting cap. Mighty roar. So folks, I took my eye off the camera, trying to multitask, proving that I can't. Wind is just picking up a little bit more here. 40 likes already. Super stuff folks, just over the first hour. Thank you very much. That looked beautifully smooth to me. Good morning, Paul Usher. How you doing, mate? Hope life's treating you well. Cyril Denham, how are you doing, my friend? Let's have a look. 5 hour start, long journey back to UK from Bangkok. Qatari A380 for the first time. Well, first leg to Doha. You've got to come back to the show, mate, and tell us what the experience was. What it was like, what they're like as an airline, what the flight was like, what the 380 feels like. And I suppose, and it's the same for others who've got flights and journeys coming up. Please do share in the chat. I love a good trip report. So let's get to the front of the bus. Up to the door to pop. Stairs being lined. Well, there will be in a minute. So Ken, favourite liveries, Air Tahiti and the ITA 350-900. I have not yet had the privilege of the ITA 350-900. Air Tahiti, I think they turn up, do they not, on the LA streams fairly regularly. And you're right, if it's what I can remember in my mind's eye, they are pretty damn attractive. And the Virgin Atlantic A350 1000 in the sunlight. To be fair, that's an impressive aircraft in pretty much anybody's livery. But good shout, mate. I just wish we'd have a little bit more special livery action in the UK. In some respects, I'm surprised that EasyJet and Ryanair don't do more. I know I've seen on the side of EasyJets some sponsorship type logos, but I suppose at the end of the day, low cost and all that, maybe they just don't want to spend money on artwork. Yes, that's well put actually, Ken and Kat. It does give the look of a cream nose, doesn't it? Or maybe it's a COVID mask in the days of that being a big thing. So I'll tell you what, I'm just going to eat a quick snack bar. If it sounds a bit too noisy, in fact I'll go for a quieter. I've got a soft one and a crunchy one. We'll do the soft one. I'm hoping that everybody has got access to hot beverage of choice. As I'm fond of saying, the show's better enjoyed with a brew or a coffee. Oh, they popped the back door first. So next arrival action, we do have a bit of a break on that one, sadly. Except we haven't got any late runners. Will be the Ryanair Barcelona flight, which is due in at 10:15 but running 3 minutes early at the minute. In terms of outgoers, Dublin are due to go out at 9:10, so just over 10 minutes. We have a Jet 2 off to Salzburg with a batch of happy skiers, also out at 10 past. So looks like we've got some continuity of action, which is encouraging. Alibi, I don't think I've seen the Ryanair Dreamliner livery. Probably the only person in the Western Hemisphere. But I will make it a mission to look it up. Mark at North Sky, well done mate. You don't want to dehydrate. Look at that. Hopefully there's nobody coming off there with their leg in a cast or something. I mean, they won't all be skiers. Although I suppose if there are any, they'll be coming off last anyway, won't they? Anyone that's in a cast or similar. Good morning, political bias. How you doing, my friend? How's things up in Aberdeen? So none of our departures pinging at the minute. one thing at a time. The concert at home today then, Mark? Tell you what, this does look like it's been a fairly full flight, doesn't it? Well, I can't offer an answer on that, Carl. Just type in what it is, and then we can always search it up anyway. So let's have a look. Political bias, who's up in Aberdeen, quite noisy. Earplugs as you're right next to the airport. Yeah, but that sounds like Abgeek paradise. That is definitely somewhere on our radar, as I'm fond of saying. May or June. Knowing me as I know me, it's more likely to be May than June, because I'll be just like a cat on a hot tin roof, wanting to get there sooner if I don't pull my finger out. Thank you, Alibi. There you go, Carl. That really is a busy EasyJet plane. You can almost imagine it's a training drill and they're bringing them off and then taking them round and putting them back on again. No, that is one full flight. So, political bias, Aberdeen, the busiest heliport in the world. So is it mainly helicopter action that's busting your eardrums this morning, mate? Oh, or was, so been overtaken then. Oh, I can hear something in the background, apart from the train. Let's see if something's pinging. So as well, just looking at links to live streams and so forth, just following up from the previous chat and the saga of PayPal, which is not a me touting for donations, folks, but for continuity. So I think the PayPal link, well, I don't think, I know, because I've donated to myself, all in place now. So I've completed that particular piece of homework, which then gives people the opportunity, if they prefer and want to make a donation, to look at PayPal rather than a super sticker or a, what's the other one to super sticker? I've forgotten. Anyway, super sticker, super chat. Anyway, not hard sell at all. The link's there now, so you'll find the link in the about section of the thumbnail for the stream, and also in the top right hand corner of our YouTube homepage. So that's that. The only thing I'm going to say though, and I can't overemphasize this, if anyone is minded towards donations in the future, and I will remind on this for the obvious reason, please make sure that you put your YouTube name into the box that asks what the donation's for. What is this payment for? Because that's the name that I will call out during the broadcast. If you don't, I can't call your name out, because I'm not going to risk compromising people's identity. You know, whether you choose to chat under your real name or a pseudonym or whatever, that's none of my business. But of course, PayPal, if you don't put that information in, it will just tell me who the account is with, and then, you know, that'll leave me in an awkward spot. So that's that one. So that was one piece of homework completed, even if I failed to identify that country home that's sitting in the background. Country home, country house, whatever it is. I think I've covered this earlier as in the broadcast, but in case anyone's recently joined us, so I was very much thumbs up in terms of the Ryanair experience when we went to Dublin earlier this week. Can't fault it. Price versus comfort versus punctuality, the whole shaboodle. I've been on livelier British Airways flights when it comes to the general, everyone trying to get out of the seats and deboard themselves really quickly. This was quite orderly, brought us out through the front and the back. And I was saying that those who are in the Flight Radar newsletter distribution, that by coincidence one of their correspondents, Gabriel Lee, had posted a video review of a Ryanair 737 MAX 8-200, which was the same type I returned on, and it was interesting, he actually was similarly positive. I think we both were expecting a more rugged experience than we got, and no, it was pleasant to be surprised. I've also got some footage of the takeoff and landing into Dublin, which I haven't had a chance to have a look at yet, but if it is of a decent enough quality, I'll look to publish that just for interest. They're both short clips, as you'd imagine. No worries, Carl Shield. Like I say, I'm not touting, but a number of people have asked about PayPal. Turns out my roaming didn't work so well in Ireland either. So it's going back on political bias. Loganair, based at Aberdeen. Oh, did not know that. And Ken has just posted an update. Our Emirates triple is currently over Hungary. Just over 2 hours out, which will make that plane still on to be early, which is excellent. Next action here, because we do want a spot of action. And it's interesting, I have nothing pinging. It looks like I've got a returning helicopter. Sorry, Carl. In the absence of planes, choppers get next dibs. And in terms of next departure action, what have we got? So yeah, we have a very slow tablet. Here we go. Ryanair due out to Dublin at 10 past. Clearly they're not going to go on time, but I think they pad a bit of time into their schedules as well, to be honest. Probably they all do. And Jet2 is running 5 minutes late with their departure to Salzburg. KLM 9:25 reported on time. British Airways 9:30 also expected to be on time, so all good. And we are now transponding merrily away with the Jet2 departure to Salzburg. I can just see it pushing back over the far side of the terminal. All good on that. I have no waking clue where that helicopter is. On Flight Radar it looks quite near, but in terms of being eyes on, unless he's behind the tower. I've come up short, I'm afraid. Thank you, Ali Boy. When I get in, I'll check the link out. I will definitely have a cup of tea to hand for that one. And Ken, no activity from the flying school this morning. I don't know, I've got high hopes, mate. I just don't think they're early starters. I reckon around 10:30. Right, let's just have a quick traverse. You've been looking at the same thing for a little while, so a bit empty at the minute. and there is our next outgoing movement. You see the tail fin poking over, proximity to the old control tower. Right, I can see the helicopter. Just give him a few minutes. Right, that's interesting political bias, and mate, I don't know what to say in terms of, well, thank you. Let's just start off as thank you. I'm just wondering why I couldn't hear it. Oh, it's just literally biff through now. Political bias, thank you, mate. I'm genuinely touched, as I always am, and you know, anything I take goes back into the channel, as you would expect. Planes first, and hopefully giving you good people the experience that you would expect. Thank you, buddy. And that's a milestone moment. You are actually our first PayPal donation. I sometimes feel with live streaming, it's all one first after another first, isn't it? You know, as you kind of introduce different facets to things. The other thing I'm looking at the minute, so I might as well throw this one out there. In fact, let me train the camera on our incoming helicopter, give you something to look at. I'm looking, or we're looking, because obviously the editor, he's very much pulling levers in the background, at the possibility of introducing memberships. We're not 100% certain we're going to do it, and if we do, we're probably looking around May time, but we want to get a sense of whether it's something that people would value, and also what they would be looking for in a membership, because this channel is not about making money. That's not the thing. It's about trying to generate sufficient income through different bits and pieces, not merchandising, I stress, to give you the diversity of broadcast that you deserve. Anyway, by the by, so for anybody that's a regular in the chat and feels minded to share thoughts on this, if you could email plane.sailing.aviation@gmail.com. Probably best to just double check that on our website. Oh dearie me, we'd love to hear from you. Anything that's said is entirely confidential. Like I say, I want this channel to be entirely connected to its viewers, so people think, nah, it's not really the thing. But of course, if we're able to do memberships, we can obviously lay on more member specific content and use some of that also to subsidise, if you want to use that term, other aspects of developing the channel. Anyway, just wanted to throw that one out there. You're a sophisticated audience. So as always, that gentle plug. If you like what you see and you've not yet hit the like button, please consider doing so. And of course, if you're not yet subscribed, please think about that. We'd love to have you with us. And of course, to those of you who are subscribed, heartfelt thanks. Channel's nothing without its viewers. So we track the Jet 2 outgoing flight to Salzburg. courtesy of a Boeing 737. I've got an eye trained at 10 o'clock to my current position on British Airways. We've got an A319 parked up at gate 3. That'll be departing for Heathrow at 9:30, and I can see that the Ryanair 737, due to go off to Dublin 9:10 if I remember that correctly, is now transponding away cheerfully on its way back to the Emerald Isle. Carl Shield reading here about El Al in Dublin. Do tell more, mate. As we watch this taxiing out, Boeing 737, Ryanair are pushing back now. Behind a bit of a mound, so it's not worth training the camera on it particularly, while you've got a clean shot of another aircraft. Ken Alloway, I'm always impressed with your supreme range of emojis. It took me till Tuesday to stop chuckling about that telescope emoji that we're using to torment me with after I'd missed a couple of sitters. I think I miscalled something, hadn't I? I can't remember which way it was now. Helicopter for light aircraft or vice versa. Sorry, I've got a bit of feedback in my headphones then. $737 to Tel Aviv. Oh, that's interesting. Mind you, I hadn't appreciated till I started attending Edinburgh. I think it's WestJet use a 737 on transatlantic routes. I think Air Canada do, don't they? Not for every flight, but I'm sure I came across a 737 when I was at Heathrow last month. Air Canada colours. And we're off. And helpfully, Ryanair is now ready to roll. Ken, another flag, mate. Just looking in the chat, Carl Shield, the guy they arrested for Tuesday night, is that the chap that they think was responsible for the weekend's drone action. I think they had to shut the airport, didn't they, for a period of time on Saturday? I was talking to a chap on the mound on Tuesday who was chatting me through some of it. So just 4 likes short of 50 according to the screen I'm looking at. Be great if we could nudge ourselves to the 50. Well, that's a bit of good news then, Carl Shield. If the person they've got is the person that's pulling all of the strokes with this. I mean, it could be, I'm not looking at the right news streams, but I think I was saying this on Tuesday's stream from Dublin. Drones don't seem to be the problem in the UK they were. I might be wrong, but certainly in terms of catching my eye with publicity, I don't think it's particularly problematic. Quick equipment check. So all seems to be where I would hope it would be at the minute in terms of power, signal and everything. Clearly risking jinxing things, but so off to Dublin. I tell you what, that pint of Guinness at the airport, and I'm sure there's better pints, no disrespect to the airport, in town proper, but it was gorgeous. So no hanging about here. Very good. Well, Carl, do let us know if you're gonna. We'd love you to watch it. Shan't be there for that one myself. Quickening cap, problems with lasers being pointed at planes. Not as I'm aware of, but let's have a look. Anyone else got a view on that one? Ken talks about isolated cases. But yeah, it does seem to be a thing that was a problem in some parts. Not so much, I don't know with aviation, but people pointing laser pens was a real issue, wasn't it, a few years ago? Football matches, motorway bridges, other idiot type behaviour. Alright, so let's have a quick look see. Hang on a minute, got a message from Political Bias. For some reason, Edinburgh. Yeah, Political Bias. Edinburgh's tomorrow, mate. Alibi has kindly confirmed daylight will be with us from 8:45, so that's when I'm going to start streaming from. Through till probably about 12:30 when the Qatari Dreamliner comes in, and we might stretch out till 1 o'clock if there's stuff to film. Sorry folks, I did say I got a crunchier snack. I think I'm going to have a quick go on it. Have you got the bacon on today, Ken? And the good news is British Airways look like they've got themselves in the zone, making ready to push back. So they're due to go out, well, 9:30, so never mind that action. Let's go back to our usually fast taxiing KLMs. The Linford Christie of airlines. Oops. Trying to pan the camera and sneak a glance at the chat. After agreed political, regular as clockwork, KLM. Well, I'll tell you what, so I can't resist a close-up of a baby bus. Have it close while it's here. Oh dear, Ken, Mrs. Alloway has banned you from frying. and tapping on the chart. It's that multitasking thing, mate. Probably for the best. Looks like the windsocks just starting to fill out a bit more, isn't it? Alibi 58, breakfast today will be the remains of last night's chili garlic chicken and half a key naan. Very good, my friend. The heart wants what it wants, which reminds me, I'm actually here trying to film planes flying. Right, so here's our departing Heathrow flight. Basic journey of around an hour. So, good morning to anyone that's recently joined us. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation's live stream from Newcastle International Airport. I'm Mark, your host, and you are looking at the rear end of a British Airways A319, shortly to depart for Heathrow. So, many thanks for joining us. Hope you're in good shape. Political bias, I'll shout it out, mate, once we've waved this plane off. I think I've got it straight in my head. Yeah, the intel on best places to view will be extremely welcome. First time you land at an unfamiliar airport, you kind of, yeah, you do your diligence before you go, but it's always good to have as much useful information as you can, particularly if runway changes or so forth upset the apple cart. chat. In terms of the new runway at Dublin, Carl, is there a preferred spot similar to the Mound? So we're north of 50 likes, so excellent, many thanks one and all. Okay Carl, thanks mate. I found myself wondering that question as I was standing on the Mound, always thinking what would I see if I was on the far side of the airport. And Ken Alloway, thank you sir. Next arrival, a Boeing 737 from Barcelona. Which looks to be just about to turn in over the North Sea, pretty close to Whitley Bay. So what does flight radar say? 2 minutes, I say 4. Although you certainly wouldn't want me to measure you for a suit, so let's see. Either which way, imminent. So this will be the conclusion of a 2-hour, 20-minute flight, thereabouts, according to flight radar. So there'll be some people ready to stretch their legs. Haven't got visual yet. But as soon as I have, I will drag the camera around. So the next incomer after that will be a Lufthansa Embraer 190 long range, due in at 10 past, running 6 minutes early. So that's not too shabby. Our Emirates has shed a couple of minutes, but is pretty much looking on time. And here we go, good old Dublin. We've gained, it's definitely in addition to the schedule, a NetJets due in at 11:34, so you can pretty much say that we'll do some added time today, only to catch that. And if that takes us fairly close to the 5 to 12 Chewy 737, we'll have that too, if that's what you good people want. So the Barcelona flight now has turned in, turning in. Dopey Gorp, good morning my friend, how you diddling? Definitely well at Newcastle. Ken Alloway, thanks for the boost mate. Yes please to all of that, please do hit that like button folks and consider subscribing. And we're over the border, depends which way you want to look at it, but we are at Edinburgh tomorrow for one of our other home airports, Edinburgh. Can't wait. And Ken puts it very well here, it's not just about subscribe, but if you hit the notification bell, that's the thing I always forget to plug, but that will keep you plugged into what we're publishing. So we have visual on our incoming Barcelona flight, so let's get the camera earning its corn. Didn't much like the look of those dark clouds, some of which you can see there. There's a few behind me as well. Must be that 10% probability of precipitation. Looks like we've got some vapour trailing. Look at that. Like it's dragging some ribbons. I think he's finding a tad more wind there. And it looks as well like the EasyJet, I think it's a Geneva outgoing flight, is ready to roll. Well, push back anyway. Transponder is busy doing its thing. I'm in good shape, thanks, Dopey Corp. Hope you likewise. There's something about being down the airport, any day is good for me, but Saturday and Sunday in particular, just have a nice feel to it. At the minute we're keeping our Newcastle show generally planted on Saturday morning as a breakfast type, brunchy type show. But now daylight's coming our way, that might offer up some interesting possibilities to move things about a bit, depending on where the movements kick in once the summer schedules turn up. Political Bias, thank you so much for your super chat, mate, or your PayPal. Let me get my terminology correct. Have a lovely time in Aberdeen. Thanks for finding the time to join us. I know there's a million and one other things to be doing. Can't wait to look at your clip, as we will be doing Aberdeen. Have a nice day, mate, and really hope to see you tomorrow. Jonathan Young, good morning to you. How are you this fine morning? Welcome to the stream. And good morning, Bus Boys Bus Channel. Wasn't sure if I got my buses in the right places there. How are you? Let's have a quick look, see at what's occurring. So obviously we have an outgoing EasyJet A320. I'm sure that's Geneva bound, but let's just check. Yeah, Geneva. We have a Ryanair that's not long landed from Barcelona. Oh, hang on a minute. Folks, by popular demand, Dickie Davis's flying school. First tiddler of the day on Tiddler Watch. You're still awake, aren't you, Quickening Cat? Bus Boys Bus Channel, EasyJet's off to Geneva, mate. Full of excited skiers, no doubt. For obvious reasons, this one's going to go up smartly. And helpfully, our Geneva flight hasn't gone anywhere. So let's just lock the camera in a reasonable view. Ah, Quickening Cat. Just checking you're not nodded off on us. Oh, crikey, I can't believe it. Newcastle International Airport, it's all happening. It's a frenzy of tiddlers. Anyway, back to the big boys and girls. Tug has disappeared, so I'm thinking this won't be far away from moving. So next arrival, I reckon, will be the Lufthansa Embraer 190 long range, which will be in from Frankfurt shortly. 10:04 it says on flight radar. So what, 12 minutes away. In between times we'll have this EasyJet A320 off to Geneva. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with the broadcast, we have a train line or a metro line directly at the back of us. Very regular service to the airport, that being the most recent example. They're just doing a runway check at the minute, which is I think what's holding things. Let's give a shout out to the ops guys. Well, the wind's definitely picking up here. Still quite a pleasant day in the round, considering it's February. Very good, Ken Alloway. Yes, Carl Shield. Avert your eyes. Quitman Cat, all we need is a balloon. I think the level of excitement would exceed our ability to deal with it. Time enough to have a quick chug of water. Carl Shield, you need to avert your eyes in a minute, mate. Incoming helicopter. Metro train too. So this one should get to go ahead of our Lufthansa arrival. All things being equal. Actually, that's not going to be the case. I think our Lufthansa is going to get out first, although he's making his turn. Looks like he's been told he can go if he gets a wriggle on. So I've got visual now with the Lufthansa. Yep, he's not going to be hanging around. Suppose I better get back to our Lufthansa arrival. So a nice short flight today. Going to flight radar. Left 1 hour 27 minutes ago. I think I've gone on record as saying that Frankfurt is a place I much love. Quite enjoyed the city and going up the tower there. But the airport itself, I think, as we all know in the aviation enthusiast community, it's a fantastic place to spot. I think this is a classic Lufthansa livery as against the equally attractive contemporary one. Fired a quick snap off. Looks like we have another helicopter departure, but we'll have to stay with this, folks. Good news for Carl. from the steps. So let's just stay with a bit of that. Quickening Cat, you seem to have an equally as to Ken Alloway collection of emojis. Very good. See what's next on our blocks. Air France due in at 10:35, won't be until 10:42. Aer Lingus due in at 10:22, Dublin flight, which is shortly to go to Daly here from March. Something like the March 20 something. So at the minute they do 5 days a week. That will move to 7, which will fill some of the hole from the departure. Well, actually not for the Dublin route, but I think they're putting on a Belfast route as well, which will fill the hole caused by Flybe's collapse. So next incomer will be Aer Lingus at 10:22. So it could be a good moment to get refuelled if you're thinking a caffeine infusion is the order of the day. And the next departure should be Ryanair, due out at 10:20. So we do seem to have hit that kind of gap in the show. The good news for those who like helicopters is the helicopter that I didn't film just is completing a circuit and coming back. So we will have something moving around in the sky. See what's going in the chat. Les Donaldson, good morning to you, sir. How are you? Thanks for joining us, buddy. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with Ken. It is one smart looking plane, this Embraer. That's right, Ken, get that kettle on. Well, I'm going to find that helicopter. Here we go. Yes, it's a pretty mild 9 degrees. Well, with flight radar it's 9, and it does feel in that range. So it's quite a pleasant day, considering we're still technically in winter. Definitely getting blowier, but you couldn't call it windy. You couldn't even call it gusty. Right, so that's the whirlybird packed up. So for anybody unfamiliar with the general format of the airport, and I think from the chat most of you are regular, you've got the Newcastle Aviation Academy in this corner with training for cabin crew, aeronautical engineering and ground operations. The flying school is somewhere in that background, so we do see from time to time a procession of light aircraft, Dickie Davis's squadron, as I rather jocularly put it. The business jet terminal is somewhere in the background over there as well. Sadly, we don't have a good position here to be able to zoom in on there, but we will see any movements that come in. And I think flight radar does have a NetJets due in at about 11:34, but it's certainly scheduled. Let's have a little look-see, see where it's coming from, because I don't think I paid that much attention. So excited was I that it was coming, didn't ask myself from where. So the highlight of the show will be our Boeing 777 operated by Emirates, all the way from Dubai, due in around 11:20. Just see, it was slightly early but has gradually been shedding time en route. Oh no, 11:18. And we have, yeah, the NetJets arrival, which actually I did shout as a Dublin, and that is a Dublin incomer, and that will be a Cessna 560 XL Citation XLS. So, big name badge for that one. You're stuck at work, Les? That sounds goddamn awful, mate. Hopefully you're stuck at work being paid for being stuck at work. What time do you finish? So we'll rest the camera for the minute on this Lufthansa Embraer 190. Recently arrived from Frankfurt. I'm returning there. Carl Scheel, it's just the one flight, mate, daily with Emirates. So invariably it ends up being the star of the show. There's Donaldson, bit of excitement at Prestwick yesterday with the Delta. Do tell. 2 o'clock finish. There's, okay mate, well, you're on the way. Just going to have a quick delve into the stream. Did anyone experience any buffering just in that last piece with the helicopter? So go back to the chat. Les, Delta 206 Edinburgh JFK suffered an engine fire. Oh my lord. I think that definitely qualifies as a bit of excitement. I might say an understatement, Les. Jonathan Young, thanks for confirming, mate. Just for a moment I thought we might have encountered a glitch. Tabin Khan, you had buffering with the helicopter moment. Yeah, that's where I spotted it too. Thanks, mate. Talking of said helicopter. Well, last I remember, Aer Lingus were going to be in around 20 past. So, looking at flight radar, it looks like we have Aer Lingus passing to the north of Pontyland, short distance from the airport, so they'll head out to the coast and loop in. And we also have a Logan Air arrival from Southampton, having departed some 48 minutes ago. That'll be an Embraer ERJ 145. So a couple of arrivals incoming. Hope you sat down with your pot of tea, Ken. Dopey Gulp, you had a lag as well. That's, yeah, I think there's seems to be common experience there. Ken's okay, so doesn't seem to be a uniform glitch. Jonathan Young, yes, I've flown out of Newcastle, most recently on Tuesday when I went to Dublin for our live stream. It's only about half an hour from home, so it has that decided advantage. Flew from here as well back in January when we did our live stream launch from Heathrow. I mean, it's a regional airport. It is pretty much what it says on the tin. Before I moved to the northeast, East Midlands used to be my local airport, and if you say to me which was the better passenger experience, East Midlands or Newcastle, I'd definitely say Newcastle. No tea, Ken. Come on, man, you've got to have one for me. Alibi, Dan Air to Menorca. Back in the day, eh? Les, thanks for confirming on picture and sound. Fingers crossed. Stability's been pretty good. I'm going to go for a battery changeover, laptop battery that is, when these next arrivals come through. Seems as good a point as any. I'm not due a camcorder battery change yet. 67 likes on the clock, so bearing down on 70. So thank you everybody that smashed that button, as they say. Anybody else yet to do so, but like what they see. And I appreciate that a static Lufthansa probably doesn't get you out of your seat, but there's action to come. So please do consider hitting that like button. Doesn't cost anything and definitely helps us grow. I think I've gone on record before, just going back to the chat. First for me was a Britannia 737 from East Midlands to Tenerife, 1986. I have to be cautious when I say that, because I don't want to get the years wrong, because otherwise it implies I've forgotten the year I got married, 1988. Right, the good news is I have some visual. The only question is, who's going first? It's Loganair. So, here we go, folks. Still a bit of a UFO at the minute. In fact, you can see the Aer Lingus as well circling behind. Back-to-back action at Newcastle International Airport. I don't think we can market ourselves as the Heathrow of the North, but it's lovely to see them coming in one after the other. Nicely done. So, spot of turboprop action imminent, folks, courtesy of Aer Lingus with their ATR 72-600 on finals as we speak. We'll stay with Loganair for the minute. This will be zipping along to its usual berth at gate 1. Right, I think we will move to the next incomer. Still a fair way out. Dopey Gorp just caught your post about ideas to help the channel grow. Yes please mate. It reminds me, and I can't think who I'd promised this to. Hope it wasn't political bias, because I know he's left the chat. But I was saying to channel regulars in particular, if you drop us an email to our Gmail address, so that's plain.sailing.aviation@gmail.com. aviation.com, but it's the address that's on our YouTube homepage, just in case I've made a hash of calling it out. Love to hear from you, mate. That looks like it was probably going to cause you to spill a bit of your tea. Well, if you like your teacup as full as I do. But yes, don't forget, and indeed anybody else that is a supporter of the channel, interested in any ideas, mate, it's the thing about still being in our infancy, all things are possible. Gorgeous sound. So let's have a quick look-see. Warning on the tarmac. Quickening cat. Canal away. Emirates 777, 55 minutes out. Oh, yeah, that's good enough. We'll take that. Les, look after yourself, buddy. So yeah, back to the grind, buddy. Hope the next 2.5 hours, 3.5 hours passes painlessly. Quickening cat, you astound me. Oh, in fact I'm astounding myself. Not for good reasons, you understand. Just spotted the outgoing Barcelona Ryanair. Yeah, when you're sort of allowing yourself to daydream a little bit, soaking up the ambience, and you hear a bit of noise in the background, and then the penny drops that you should be paying attention. Kind of reminds me of my school days. That's a whole different can of worms. Oh right, Carl, I don't understand. Tell you what, let's wave this off. I'll settle this one definitively. I'm going to make sure that does appear there. That's an oversight on our part. Now I missed this arrival. Sorry folks. Ken, you need to post that telescope emoji. Unbelievable. Yeah, that would have been a cooler looking chopper, Ken, if I'd actually managed to catch it in flight. It's a stealth chopper. It's one of those things with filming with headphones on. Obviously I can hear the sound of the stream, but you don't pick up some of the other sounds that you normally would from the naked ear. Sounds like someone's popping off a few shots in the background. Ken, thank you mate. Quitting cat, I don't know. I should have called out the registration. You'll be able to look it back. It did look medical, didn't it? I think the good news is if it was medical, it probably won't be sticking around. Right, lined up. Showtime. We'll just rest up for a second on our Aer Lingus ATR 72 while I just have a quick look, see where we are with this email address. So I am in, if you type in plain sailing aviation into Google, I can see somebody coming in at the minute, probably Air France, I'm guessing. So I better be quick. So about. On the About tab, view email address. So it's towards the bottom of the page, and there it appears. If you click on that, for the avoidance of doubt, it is plane.sailing.aviation@gmail.com, which I think is how I called it. So it's at the bottom, Carl, of that page, under the details section. Thank you, Ken. So our next arrival is the Air France hop, all the way from Paris, an Embraer 190 from Charles de Gaulle Airport. Let's get the camera lined up. Do you know, I'm going to say it now while we're waiting for the plane to land, and I'm going to say it again, but thank you to the moderators, Ken, Alibi and Dopagorp. No easy job is modding, and it does make such a difference, as I know you know, those of you who like the chat, and even those who don't want to chat but like watching the chat. You can't whack some good modding. I'm very blessed. No dramas there. So this will be the Air France hop livery rather than the classic hop, I'm thinking. I think Ken called it in the chat, didn't he? Anybody in the chat flown with Air France recently? I had promised Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation a spring trip to Paris, and she's less keen on the flying part of it than her husband, so keeping it simple, flying local, we thought we might go with Air France. Well, they've got the stairs off the Lufthansa. Don't think it's yet due to go. I can see something else on the horizon on its way in. You see, Ken, that's a tasteful hop logo. To me, anyway. It does look pretty darned attractive, doesn't it? Dopey Gorp, thanks mate. Once I'm back at the ranch, I will delve straight in well, put the brew on first. Right, let's see what action's incoming. It's coming in low. Looks like one of our Dickie Davis. It's just found the wind. What do you reckon, folks? Is he off again? He's doing bumps. I think he's off again. No, doesn't look like it. Well, I'm not joking. Lufthansa are hanging about. We'll cut to that in a second. Just pushing back. So just catching up with a spot of unclipping action. So for anyone that's just joined us, welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation here at Newcastle International. I'm Mark, your host. Pleasure to have you with us. So we are, where are we now? Towards the last hour of the stream. So still plenty of action to be had. We want to see something else out of the corner of my eye. What we got? I think this could be straight from the Dickie Davis School of Action. So after today, next action will be Edinburgh International Airport tomorrow from 7:45 through till 12:30, 1 o'clock. Plenty of action on the roster, so hopefully you'll be able to join us. As always, if you like what you see, please do hit the like button. If you're not yet subscribed, please consider subscribing. And as Ken Alloway reminds me, do hit that notification bell, then you won't miss anything. El Zorro Returno, how are you, my friend? Not seen you for a bit. Watching the stream with your daughter? Top choice, mate. This is where the passion for aviation all starts. How old's your daughter? Formative experiences, these, you see. reporting Frankfurt, Lufthansa, Embraer 190, long range. I think we'll do the battery change straight after this. Eight months old. Oh, Zorro, you've got to start them off early. I say football's another passion to start early with too. Yeah, I'm with Ken Alloway on that. Start them young. Pesky bushes are just taking the focus off. I'll pop down with my shears midweek. Probably shouldn't actually. Ali Blind, my son's 30. Doesn't make you feel old, doesn't it? Oh, to be in your 30s again, eh? Oh, it's our natty helicopter. Quickening cat, are you there? Just had a quick snap off. See if I can identify it later. Right, back to the action. Lined up and ready to roll. Sorry folks, got a bit of a shake on there. There we go. Nice and early, but I don't think it's that heavy. folks, or have I lost them here? Okay. Let's drop the camera on the tower for a minute, see what's going in the chat. Ken Alloway, 737 ASL cargo pinging up. That's interesting. There's usually an early arrival here around 6 o'clock in the morning, which I think gets turned around pretty quick. Alibi 58, 25 likes to the 100. Oh, come on folks, we've got to do it. You can't whack the century. Definitely with El Zorro Returno on that one. Hit that like. Yeah, El Zorro. I think I've gone on record on the chat as saying that the Lufthansa 747 Frankfurt to Los Angeles is on my bucket list. But you're right, price-wise, they're not the cheapest. Quick in cat, that was an Airbus AS365 Dolphin for the Great North Air Ambulance. Oh, well done you, Quitling Cap. Thanks for giving the chat that one. Very good, Jonathan Young. Yes, the tower has a very wasted look to it, doesn't it? Very contemporary. So, having a look at what's happening out there. British Airways have an A320 literally approaching the River Tyne at the minute, heading out towards the coast. ETA 6 minutes. Feels about right. So, action pending, folks. In terms of the bigger picture, let's have a butcher's at the bigger picture. So that is expected in at 10:58. Emirates is running on time. So I say on time, 2 minutes early, so all good. Oh, and the police helicopter have just buzzed out of nowhere. Another one for you, Carl. I'm just going to park us up here. I know there's nothing much moving. I do apologise. Just going back to the incomers. So British Airways next in, matter of minutes. And in terms of departs, oh, hang on a minute, I've just realised there was another arrival that had caught my eye, wasn't there? The NetJets from Dublin, which I think is now live. So let's have a look. 11:25. So if you like your biz jets and you like Cessna 560 XL Citation XLS's, you need to be here. 11:24. There's a Chewy arrival 7:37 scheduled 11:55. How's that running? I'm not getting an actual time on that, even though it's showing live. Okay. So in terms of departure action, just move the camera back round onto our tower. There you go. Aer Lingus are due out top of the hour, so we've got 7 minutes thereabouts off to Dublin. Air France due to go 11:20. So I've got to be honest, that ASL 737 that Ken referred to got me all excited. I thought there's a bonus flight to be had there. Whether they're doing some maintenance, I don't know. But certainly looking at departures, I think the last we'll expect to see on the show would be the ATR 72 at 11 o'clock and the Air France Embraer at 11:20. Everything else is gone. So our British Airways arrival, just turning in over the coast, halfway between Blythe and Whitley Bay. Dopey Gorp, yes, that is, you've just got through, mate. You have the right email. Ken Alloway. Sorry, give me names back from. Yeah, I had Meccano too as a young one, and Lego, copious amounts. El Zorro Eterno, yes you will, mate. Boeing 777 inwards, inbound even. That will be with us at 11:18. So not long, mate. Andrew NUFC, thanks, mate. Appreciate the kindly support. We generally have a regular Saturday show, Saturday morning, 8:15 through till around 11:30, 12:15. And then we work around that in terms of going other places. So tomorrow, same times, well, a bit longer actually, we will be at Edinburgh Airport. So I hope you can join us, mate. And then we like to get around a bit. So Tuesday we were at Dublin. There'll be other times where we're at Newcastle, perhaps twice a week, depending on what there is to show you. I mean, obviously with a regional airport, traffic's a bit fits and starts, particularly winter season. So there we go, I've just picked up our British Airways UFO. Alibi 58, our triple is approaching Grimsby. So there you go, El Zorro, en route, mate. Carl Shield, looking at his app, there's 2 Emirates. I'd be delighted if there was. You could probably hear the wind picking up a little bit more now. just appreciated I never changed that battery, did I? As soon as we part this one up, battery change. Nice and smooth. Looks like he's having to give way to the outgoing ATR 72. Looking at the chat, Ken Alloway, yeah, the other Emirates, looks like a Glasgow incomer. Alibi 58, yeah, I think Saturday morning is challenging, especially shooting from a regional airport. It's a point not lost on me. It's a case really at the minute of trying to shoot where there's a reasonable body of traffic, and unfortunately that does sometimes enter into a fairly congested space, doesn't it, with the other streams that are running. I think as we get into spring and summer, we might end up with more flexibility. Jonathan Young, Emirates triple, 26 minutes away. Excellente. Although I'm hoping it's less than 26 minutes now. Thanks, Ken. You know, it is a challenging marketplace, no question. So I never take it for granted, the great support that I get. Well, that looks nice in the sun, doesn't it? Just fired off a quick snap. So that should free up our incoming British Airways arrival. Martin Gallagher, how are you, mate? I was talking about you earlier in the stream. You know the big house that you asked me about, that your wife described as Downton Abbey? I was going to look it up and find out what it was. Long story short, haven't succeeded yet, mate. Proved to be harder than I thought. I thought I'll just pick it off the Ordnance Survey map. You know, just didn't work that way. One for the next stream. Bit of homework for me. Right, let's just track our British Airways incomer. Andrew NUFC, definitely, mate. We were Dublin earlier in the week. That was our debut overseas broadcast. and we are hoping to lay on a second overseas during February. Still working out the finer details on that one, and as soon as I've got something I'll put that out through a community post. So we are looking to be abroad again this month. So yes is the rather long answer to a short question. In terms of what appeals, we're looking at all kinds of things at the minute. I mean, on one level, Schiphol's quite appealing for obvious reasons. With the heli coming, Carl Shield. So Amsterdam would look quite good. Frankfurt. Quickening Cat reference Leipzig actually on the last stream, and I'm having a look at that one. It's not just the main hub airports. The main thing is to live stream, you want a decent body of traffic and be somewhere where you're going to get a decent signal. To be fair, we're going for some international travel tomorrow, crossing the border into Bonnie, Scotland. So here we go, Aer Lingus ATR 72 on its way back to Dublin. Robin Harrison, good morning to you, sir. How are you this fine day? Cold but sunny Morecambe. You see, it's quite warm here at Newcastle, not t-shirt warm, but I've certainly not got the usual frostbite that us live streamers tend to experience with our digits the longer the stream goes on. It's alright, and the sun has come out in the last 10 minutes. Ooh, a little bit of drift there. Panning the camera along the terminal. Let's just rest with British Airways for the minute while I check out the chat. Oh, I'm changing that battery, aren't I? Andrew, NUFC, be great to have you with us, mate. and all the best regardless at the Carabao. That is interesting, Ken, looking at the route for the Emirates triple. Wonder what implication that has on time. Anyway, Ken, happy to confirm battery change done, mate. Just in time for the chopper returning. So from a laptop words out point of view, we are juiced up to the end. We might just make it with the camcorder. There's an awful lot of empty space at the minute, so let's just pop ourselves onto the British Airways at gate 3. Carl Shield, you don't want props in Dublin. Come on, man, you can't whack a prop. Mixed economy. Dopey Gorp, thanks mate for the boost. And I'm liking the icons as well, emojis actually. Icons, what's it with me? 78 likes, 22 more for the 100. Probably going to be on air for another 30 minutes. So if you've yet to hit the like button and you like what you see, please give it a press, a smash, whichever best suits. So it's interesting, going back to Ken's observation that the triple is being brought inland, because it's now running late. Well, only 5 minutes. Oh, Helo's on its way back out. So from being a few minutes early, it's kind of swung to being 5 minutes late at the minute. Not to worry folks, we will catch it. So as we approach the show's crescendo, get the word out, crescendo, we have the Emirates triple, which is currently passing over Durham, having been brought inland today. should be our next arrival. According to flight radar, 9 minutes. And behind that should be a NetJets. Although I'm not quite sure what the latest ETA is on that. So let's have a look. $11:30. It looks like our 5212 Chewy 737, which I was hoping might come in early, has in fact been delayed. So that'll not be through here till 12:30. So essentially, Emirates followed by NetJets, that being a Cessna 560XL, Citation XLS. So that's final incoming action. Then there's nothing much for a bit. In terms of departs, Air France are due out at 11:20, and that will be our final departure from the show. So we're into the last 15 minutes. $80 likes up, 20 more to go for 100. Let's go with Jonathan Young on this and my fabulous team of moderators. Let's see if we can bring her over the 100. I'm with you, Ken Alloway. I like that 330 Aer Lingus. Martin Gallagher, the triple passing Hebburn, which is not that far from here as the crow flies. So, Edinburgh tomorrow. Hope you'll be able to join me. I think the weather forecast is reasonable. Okay, back in the box for that. Pretty deserted apron. Some of the trucks are starting to turn up now for the triple. Usually come in a bit of a convoy. And the terminals, or gates 1 to 8, all on this stretch. But the good news is our triple has just passed out into the North Sea and is lining up for final approach. 2 minutes out according to flight radar. Probably about 3. I think one of our Dickie Davis planes is also on its way back. Although clearly I think it'll have to wait its turn. Oh, this one just taking off, can't believe it. There's me chatting about Dickie Davis. Right, let's line the camera up. The NetJets plane is making decent time by the look of it as well. Due in 10 according to flight radar. Ken Alloway, thank you so much, sir. Don't know what to say now, absolutely caught off balance. In fact, blow the helicopter. Thank you very much, mate, very generous of you. Thanks. Yeah, awesome support, Ken. And you're right, Mark. Oh, hang on a minute. You see, I've lost focusing completely now. Task at hand and all that. I can see the triple. My job is to make sure you can see the triple. Yeah, cheers, Ken. And going back to your point to Martin Gallagher, yeah, a banner on the back of one of those Dickie Davis planes. We're following Plain Sailing Aviation. Smash that like and hit that notification button. Oh, I've just heard a sound here, which generally means something's happening. Blow that, let's stay with the plane. What a beauty. power shield. Goodbye, mate. See you next time out. Jonathan Young, thanks mate. And I'm going to say thanks again, you're right, the moderators who render this show everything it is, you know, it's bigger than the sum of its parts, and that's the moderators that make that happen. I point the camera, they create the ambience. So Ken, Alistair, Dopey Gore, thank you so much my friends. We'll do a little wrap up in front of the camera at the end, but Jonathan makes a really good point. And with Ken Alloway, Jonathan, as in, hope you can make Edinburgh tomorrow. Ali Bhai, you have a good night tonight, mate. I'm getting the idea, you see, that we drinks in Scotland aren't what English people would imagine. Anything but we, I'm thinking. Right, so our net jets should be somewhere on my visual horizon. It's crossed the coast on its way in. And by the look of it, Air France are getting ready to move. In fact, they are moving. What's going on? I need to get a grip as a host. Here we go. So this is the last outbound on the show. And we have a Cessna Citation on its way in the next few minutes. So one in, one out. Looks like it's going to work out quite nicely with the camcorder. 14 minutes of juice left, so battery change averted, Ken. And the good news is I can see our incoming bizjet, so let's go to that. We certainly get quite a bit of Dublin traffic. Looks a lovely bit of kit. Just fired off a quick snap for the channel. Last plane of the show, folks. An Air France Embraer 190. Standard, if I think correctly. On its way back to Paris Charles de Gaulle. Mark at North Sky, thanks for your support, mate. Good luck with the football this afternoon. So we're just waiting for a chopper to clear, as you can probably hear. Nice early rotation. And a nice bank of cloud too. Right, just bear with me, folks. Just trying to set the camera correctly. Ah, that's better. Or worse, depending on which way you want to look at it. So that's the show. Thank you very much for your support, particularly, but not exclusively, but Ken Alloway political bias, you know, financial contributions, always well received. Channel being what it is, everything we receive goes into the channel. But to be honest with you, your company today is what's meant everything. So I've enjoyed the show. Hope you've enjoyed it as much as I've enjoyed it. Quick look see at the chat, which I've just shaken the tablet and it's just gone blank. Here we go, here we come back. So while I'm in front of the camera, as always, if there's anything anybody wants to ask or suggest or whatever. So we talked on the stream about inviting feedback through the plane.sailing.aviation@gmail.com email address. Love to hear from folks with their thoughts. This is all about providing a viewing experience that people enjoy, and for me that's everything. I'm an aviation enthusiast first and foremost, as you all are. So having a quick look, Martin Gallagher, thank you so much, sir, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Jonathan Young, equally thanks, and yeah, been brilliant being in your company today. Moderators, Ken, Dopey Corp and Alibi, fantastic fellas, nothing more to be said really. Quickening Cat, you need to get some shut-eye. I don't know if you're still awake. Oh, I've just shaken this thing again. Oh no, you are still awake, in which case well-earned shut-eye. Look forward hopefully to seeing you out tomorrow as well, up at Edinburgh. That's where our next show will be, 7:45. So I'm reliably informed by our Edinburgh correspondent, aka Alibi 58, that day breaks at that particular time, so hopefully there'll be enough light to film with. In which case, I wish you all a fantastic Saturday afternoon and hope to see you tomorrow. Take care everybody, bye now.